great horn because I've
No,
heard that they're back here, but
that's possible.
I also didn't want to walk too far back. I remember the guy when I came before the winter. He said that they hang out back here and they have their children back here, so they don't like people being back here after a certain time in the winter.
Oh, that I didn't know.
Yeah, but I think you can walk.
Oh, you can definitely walk through there. I don't know if there are any owls in the immediate area now.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot. I
Well.
had no idea. I was smiling because I saw you. I was like, yeah, I figured if I'm going to be there, I might as well hit Montezuma too.
That's good thinking, and that's, believe it or not, I have the same thinking. Good luck. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Montezuma. There's good news and bad news. The bad news is, for whatever reason, when I was there, I could not get through the airport. Could not go through the terminal building. It was locked up. And I don't know why. And I don't know if that's mandated or if it's just the person who happens to be attending things today is unfriendly, or I don't know. He was out plowing the runways when I arrived, and like I said, I couldn't get through. However, I did see a snowy owl. I did see one. It looked like he was either young or female or both, and so I did see one briefly. I couldn't walk through. I didn't have the very best view, but I did see one, and maybe I'll try to share that with you now. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Just all kinds of wires. I feel like I'm out of practice on a few things. It's been a while since we've had a tour for various reasons. It's good to be back, though, I have to say. Okay, ready? Pardon me?
He turned his face all the way around for a second.
Good to see it anyway. It's the first one I've seen this season, and I didn't see one at all last season. Last year.
Yeah, last year I didn't get one either. I went all the way to Jersey to try to see it. I lived in Jersey and I moved up here last year. My brother-in-law's from the area. He kept saying you sometimes see him here.
Yeah, this is ordinarily a good place, but last winter was it was not good. The one before was very good. Okay, we're back live, and I think I showed it all to you. There, like I said, I was in the chat room. I was only there for a few minutes, and you know, it just the viewing wasn't great. You could tell there was a little bit of snow in the air. There seemed to be a little bit of heat shimmer at work, a little bit of wind. It just wasn't the very best of viewing conditions. I had hoped to be out. You're not allowed on the runways, but I had hoped to be out in the areas just outside of the terminal building. But as I said when I started up, you know, the outer door that you normally go through, that was unlocked, but the inner door was locked. So I wonder if it was just because there was no one in there. But I thought that they would leave it unlocked, so I don't know what was going on. But I thought, you know, okay, if it's going to be like this, I'm just going to record just a little bit and leave. And that's what I did, instead of starting up the stream there and having to deal with all of that. So, why don't we get underway and see what we can see. There's snow on the ground. I did see what was probably a red-tailed hawk here, but Wildlife Drive is closed, of course. Closed for the winter. The visitor center is closed for the winter. We haven't been, well, I don't know when we last came here, but we haven't been, you know, we haven't had a tour since the 21st of December. Had to miss a couple of weeks for one reason or another. Last week it was really because of weather. I didn't think it would be good for bird watching, and I had things to do, to be honest with you. And the week before, I had an event I had to attend, and it just made for a busy weekend and everything. So we didn't have a tour that weekend either. So it's been a while. It is good to be here. Now, you know, we could try, well, we're going to take a left turn, something we don't normally do, and then we're going to be kind of, sort of, for me, in parts unknown. It's just not an area I normally visit. I've seen some rare bird alerts announcing sandhill cranes. And you might say, what do you mean? Some pigeons to our left. Of course we see sandhill cranes. Well, we do see sandhill cranes, but now I would say it's not a good time to see sandhill cranes. Oh, you know, I don't know if it's 90 north or south. Let's try south. There's been what they believe are I see some Canada geese in the air. Canada geese. I'm sorry, some sandhill cranes, maybe a family of 3 by the looks of things, and people have reported them. So what I'm getting at is, even though a few weeks ago we were seeing sandhill cranes, lots of Canada geese in the air, we were seeing them. I suspect that they've left the area, and we're now in a time of year when we would say, okay, seeing one is, you know, if they're around, they're considered rare now. And it makes sense. You know, we were seeing them in December and everything, and then usually once, you know, we get a little later into winter, we won't be seeing them. I don't know where they've been seen. We're just going to drive here a little ways, not too far. If we don't see them, we don't see them. I figure it's not a bad idea to drive this way. Anyway. I hope you've all enjoyed the holidays. It's been, for me, a very nice holiday season. I don't know what it was. Nothing in particular. There's a raptor of some sort above us. It's not. It looks like it might be a Cooper's hawk in the air. I can't show it to you. Maybe I can. Come on. Hold on. Come on. It's so slow. Is the autofocus working? It is. I missed it. Sorry. It did look like a Cooper's hawk, though. Anyway, as I was saying, for me anyway, it wasn't any one thing, but Christmas was just so nice. It was, just the way the various, now this is something else in the air. It looks large. Constant flapping. Is it a crow or is it something larger? Not flapping now. Looks like an eagle, bald eagle. By the way, if you don't know, we've had some cold weather, and a lot of things have frozen up or frozen over. And not that I've really studied Cayuga Lake, but a lot of the northern end is covered with snow and ice. And I was surprised at the southern end. I thought I might see the typical large flock of ducks, but I didn't see one as I drove by. Now, I will admit the viewing isn't great when you're looking, you're driving and you're looking through trees and everything, but I didn't see anything like that. I thought they'd be down there given the various reports I've seen over the last couple weeks. All right, we're going to turn around. Let's turn around and head back the other way. Basically, we could, I don't know this road very well, but if we were to continue, we're on the eastern side of Cayuga Lake. I usually like to drive on the western side, just because I just think that the viewing opportunities are a little better. Anyway, as I was saying, whatever it was with Christmas for me, it's just, like I said, the gatherings were very nice, and did a little bit of gift exchanging, which I enjoy. And it just, things were just very enjoyable for me. I hope you can all say the same. New Year's Day, New Year's Eve for me, peaceful. I didn't talk to anybody, didn't go anywhere. That sort of thing. Now, I believe that in the general area, it did snow overnight. I say that because they were clearing snow at the airport, the Finger Lakes Regional Airport. I don't know about like this area here, for instance. I would say that the roads look very clean, and I don't know if they receive snow here. My own area receives snow, and driving all around, I've been driving over roads that looked like, okay, it snowed recently. You might say, well, so? And, if you're not familiar with all this, the amount of snow on the ground makes a big difference in terms of where we might see or not see birds. It's 28 degrees according to my thermometer. And, we're going to go straight. We could and should maybe take a left and go back to familiar areas, but we're going to continue straight. What was I saying? Before I interrupted me. I see. It looks like, is that another eagle? I'll bet. Large bird in the air. No. Oops. That was that is a great blue heron. What are you doing here? Anyway, it's 28 degrees. That's what I was getting at. It's, it has been, I can't speak for this immediate area, but I mean, we've had some colder weather, including some, pretty cold temperatures during the day and then very cold temperatures overnight. Like I said, it's 28 degrees, which isn't too bad for January, but certainly not, warm and comfortable shorts and a t-shirt weather. So we'll drive in this direction just a little ways also. I wonder about that family of sandhill cranes. I can't say I've really closely read the reports about them. My hope is that there's no issue or anything with an injury keeping the family here, I imagine they can handle the temperatures as long as there's enough food. And that's always the question, is there enough food? I realize we've seen sandhill cranes before and in good numbers and, up close and all that. And I'm just using them as an excuse on this occasion just to drive here. If we don't see them, we don't see them, and we won't drive very far. I'm just, curious as to what is here and, if there's anything else that might be of interest, that's all. We're not going to drive. Now, of course, as I was saying, with that snow, some of the areas that a couple weeks ago we were visiting and seeing a fair number of birds, they could very well be, without any birds at all. We're seeing sandhill cranes and Canada geese. We may not see anybody there today. I had planned on starting a little bit earlier. Just didn't work out, and then even when I went to the airport, I thought I'd start up there. It's maybe before the predicted time of 1 o'clock, but then like I said, they were closed and decided to proceed elsewhere. See some geese in the air. Canada geese. By the way, as I was driving by Cayuga Lake, I did not see any snow geese out there. And, I'm not saying the conditions were great, but I thought they were good enough for me to determine whether there were any, anybody on the lake. And I didn't see anybody. So, now, again, it's been a while since we've had a tour. But assuming that they're still in the general area, I would only imagine that they were, maybe all in a field somewhere or fields. But I didn't see anybody. Okay, well, back to more familiar places. So up ahead on our right is the entrance that would take you to Wildlife Drive and the visitor center there. But the next right here. But since we've already been, we're going to continue. I have to admit, today for some reason, I'm kind of looking forward to spring already. I think it was just because of the somewhat sloppy conditions and things today. Maybe all I have to do is see some of our winter birds and I'll be like, okay, winter's just fine with me. Who's that up there? Hold on 1 second. Probably a red-tailed hawk. Looks like it, and probably a young one. Whoops, quick look. Oh, it took off. I hope not because of me. Oh, it's going to the ground. Not to the ground. It looked like it was. Yeah, it's on the next. It's on a. You can see it there. Different utility pole now. Okay, never mind. Got a lot of traffic to wait for. the speed limit here is 55, so I mean it's you know, got to be careful merging into traffic. And very often there is a fair amount of traffic on this road. Bird feeders have been fairly busy. And every once in a while, a Cooper's hawk comes along because my bird feeders have been kind of busy. I don't know if it's ever caught anything there. And it was just the other day that I saw a Cooper's hawk on my, you know, on my deck. And I happened to be right near the window. And I just, and actually I had a camera within reach, but I couldn't, you know, get the camera to a place where I would be able to see the Cooper's hawk and take pictures. And usually, you know, the hawk will only be around for a few moments and then leave, and that's what happened. Was an adult. Years ago, you know, quite a few years ago actually, I mean, like maybe at least 10, I don't know. I saw a large hawk or of some sort on my deck, and I didn't know what it was. And, you know, and I didn't have any photos of it. I only had my memory of it. And, you know, basically I dark night jungle, so I just flew across the road. I filed it away as best I could, and after seeing the Cooper's hawk the other day, that memory came back up, and I was like, yep, I think so. That was a Cooper's hawk back then. I was pretty sure it was, and it just, some of the details are different from that of, you know, of a red-tailed hawk, for instance. So now, I'm pretty sure. So anyway, I saw a you know, a snowy owl at the airport. It's my first one this season. I did not see one last winter at all anywhere, and they didn't seem to be you know, very prevalent last year, or I should say last winter. But this year, maybe more. They are more so, and. But as we drive here on this road, I remember where we first saw together our first snowy owl, and it was definitely my first snowy owl, and it was right here in this area here. Just happened to be one. We had left Wildlife. Yes, we had left Wildlife Drive, and sure enough, there was one, and by the way, just a wintertime view of the great blue heron rookery. I'm sure nobody's up there. So anyway, it was right here. I remember we were driving out. We had, Wildlife Drive was still open for the season that day, and we driving out of Wildlife Drive, and I looked left and right because I was, as normal, you do that when you're exiting onto a road, and I saw a white spot in the trees, and it just seemed odd, and I thought, boy, for a gull to be there in trees there, that just seemed very odd. But took a look, and oh my goodness, that's that's a snowy owl, and it was the first one I had ever seen, and it was a treat to see. It didn't fly around or move at all, but it looked around, but I mean, it was just resting there, and what a treat that was. Now, see, these waterways maybe... Oh, somebody just took off. I don't know who that was. I'll show you, but whoever it was in a tree over there, but then took off. Was in, I believe, this tree, and took off, so it's now out of view. I am sorry to have missed the last couple of weeks. I don't know what we missed. I see somebody else. And I see somebody else. Okay, so, right here, who's here? I think that's somebody. Let me see if I can... Oh, took off. Looks like a hawk of some sort, and who's down here? I think we have some common mergansers. Let's open the window. Not many, just 3 that I see. This is a male up here, and oh, it looks like there's another male. And a couple females. And I don't see anybody else. Oh, they're taking off. Bye. Oh. Looks like maybe a couple Canada geese are down here on the other side. A little bit of snow falling. Sorry, it's a little shaky. Hold on. One of the common mergansers is still down there. And that other hawk, let's see if I can find it. don't see it. Maybe here, maybe not, but I don't see it. And on either side of us now, I think I see probably an eagle in the distance, but you can see things are pretty much covered with snow. But let's see if that's an eagle. Looks like it. Okay, we're going to move on. I could try to give you a look at it. It's not very, very close, although we've looked at eagles that far before, no problem. But conditions are not great. There's a little bit of snow in the air. And the heat shimmer that we might have now is not so much related to sunshine. You know, obviously it's cloudy if you look around. But more than likely related to the heat coming out of my car. I think we'll go this way. You know what? No, I take it back. We're going to go this way. Now it's, I'm still in the habit of looking around as I drive. Are there any sandhill cranes around? But I highly doubt there are any, unless that family of 3 has made their way over here. Some pigeons to our left. So it's my suspicion that the sandhill cranes that we were seeing a few weeks ago are no longer in the area and have headed farther south, which is fine by me. I miss them, of course, but we need them to find food. So I can't blame them. It's tempting to not bother taking a left up here. My thinking is it's probably going to be all covered with snow and ice, but we'll take a quick look anyway. As I've mentioned before, some of these various fields here along 31, if the conditions are right, they can be a very big draw for birds. And when I say the conditions, that means food and water. Even if there's no water right nearby, the food will draw. I see up ahead. I don't know if they're bird watchers or not. It could be hunters for all I know, but there's a pickup truck pulled over. But the fields ahead look like they're just covered with snow. I'm going to take a quick look with binoculars. I don't believe there's any. Oh, there are swans here, and they look like they're after the same. Although I see nobody in the pickup truck, they look like they're probably after the same corn that they were weeks ago. Let's take a quick look at them. You know what? No, let's drive straight forward. they're to our right. And the question is there anybody else around? Not that I can see. If it's, oh, and on the other side, wow. Okay, we've got some stuff to see here. And I'm glad we came down. And I think it's, you know, this is somewhat new to me. Oh, eagles. A couple of eagles. All right, let's do some things here. First, we'll look at the eagles. This one doesn't seem to have a fully white head, so maybe not yet at full adulthood. And how about this one up here? It may be the same, maybe, I don't know, maybe the same situation. Okay, we're going to move on, I think. And I think I'm hearing Canada geese. We're going to move... oh, I see another eagle. Hold on. Or no. Wait a minute. Red-tailed hawk. Through the windshield, by the way. And now it's over me. I can't stay with it. See if we can improve our view of the eagles just a bit. Now the snow is falling, that much more. If you happen to be new, you might not know that, bald eagles, they don't have their adult coloration, their white heads and tail feathers, until about 4 to 5 or 6 years old. So, often we see bald eagles that are immature, and they're, more brown in color with some blotches of white on the breast and belly and wings. The underside of the wings, really, more than anything. And those two eagles we just looked at both appeared to be a little bit less than full adulthood coloration birds. Now we saw a few weeks ago swans, swans here that were feeding on the corn. You know, let's stop right here. And this might be as good a spot as any. Great blue heron, what are you doing here? Okay, now what's out here? Is there anything out here? No. All right, let's look at the swans that are definitely over here. Oops. If you're wondering, the grayer ones, what are they? Why aren't they white? Well, they're younger, that's all. So these appear to be, if I'm not mistaken, trumpeter swans. We won't stay on them too long. I'm going to keep you here for a second. I'm going to just look around with binoculars just a bit. I thought I had heard Canada geese as well, but I don't see any, so maybe I'm mistaken. Right, we're going to move on. I'm going to leave everything in place because there are more swans and maybe they're more active. think I may have... I don't know if you lost sound or not. But we're looking at Tundra swan. I'm sorry, Trumpeter swans, and we've been hearing them too. I don't know if you heard them or not because of the way my camera was set. I didn't realize it until just moments ago. I think I hear Canada geese right now. Yes, I hear Canada geese somewhere. All right, we're going to drive forward and see if we can have a look at the other swans that I believe are still here. Oh yeah, I see them. Hold on, the Canada geese, that is. Okay, now, quick look. I've got to find a good spot. Let's try from here. I'm very glad we came down here to see the Trumpeter swans. Not much active feeding going on, though. What do I hear? Hold on. I do see a hawk. Maybe the one we saw in flight earlier, I'm not sure. Alright, let me just move forward. Oh, I see another hawk. Hold on. Just landed here. And can I get one more look at the swans? I don't know. Maybe from here. Maybe. Let's try it. Oh, look at that. Okay, we're going to move on. Gotta love the swans. So, like I said, I'm glad we came down here just because we were able to see eagles, the trumpeter swans, red-tailed hawks. Hold on, there's some geese up above. They're probably Canada's. And they are. Okay, let's keep going. I think the red-tailed hawks are together now on the same pole. You know, those, I don't remember if in prior years they had left, you know, some corn plants standing like they have this year. And I don't know why they left them. I don't know if it was, you know, maybe they decided, oh, let's just leave them for the birds, or maybe there's something about the ground that it's hard to drive a machine over them. I have no idea. But obviously they were planted there, so I don't know. But anyway, I'm glad they're there, and I'm glad, you know, at least we saw a few weeks ago, swans were making use of them. I don't know if there's still any food there to make use of now, but whatever the case may be, the swans were there for us to see, and that is all right by me, as long as they're okay. I did not, as I was driving up between Ithaca and Montezuma, I did not see a lot of activity on Cayuga Lake. I mentioned earlier I did not see any snow geese. I did see a few ducks. I did not stop to look at them. I couldn't tell what some were. And one of the reasons why I didn't stop is I did have a vehicle right behind me. And I didn't want to really slow down. See a couple birds on the road here, smaller birds. Where are they? One of them was a dark-eyed junco, at least. I love seeing the dark-eyed juncos, and they come to my bird feeders, or at least my deck all the time, and you know, they're often some of the first birds I see on a given day. Was it yesterday I didn't see any? I think so. But anyway, not that I get to sit and watch all day, but before I started feeding the birds this season, you know, and as I've mentioned before, during the warmer months, I do not feed them. And not because I don't think they need food or anything. It's for other reasons, so I don't, to avoid mess, to not bother my neighbors, etc. So I hadn't started feeding them yet. And I think I saw a junco. And I almost got the feeling like, the junco's there, and it's like, what's this? Where's the food? Come on, I will say this. I always feel bad when I think a bird has come there and there's no food. Whether it's at the beginning of the season and I haven't started feeding yet, or after I stopped feeding for the season. I always feel guilty about that. But I do have to say, and I've said it before, we've had these cold nights last few nights, and I like it when I see a bird first thing in the morning having a meal, and I know that it's getting some much needed nutrition and energy after having kept warm all night, and that burns calories keeping properly and sufficiently warm. So to know that a bird is able to at least replenish at least a little bit, it just always makes my heart feel good. One thing, though, is, I don't want to disturb the birds. So sometimes, I'll have, I'll have my window treatments in place. There's a window shear, and I can kind of see through it. I can't see through it well. And so maybe I know there are some birds out there, and I'd love to look, but I don't want to disturb them. And have them feel the need to fly away. So I'm kind of trapped. I can't look, or maybe sometimes they're there, and maybe I know there's a hawk or something, farther away. I'd love to get my scope in place and take a look, but no, I can't. Now, heading down there on Armitage Road like we did, I hadn't expected to see much, if anything, but we saw what we saw just a few minutes ago, and some crows by the side of the road here. There's something looks like a dead opossum there. And I was just going to say, I did not expect to see much, but we ended up seeing more than I thought we would. And the same is true here. Maybe we'll see something here, so that's why we're here right now. Might be surprised by something. a few years ago, there was occasional snowy owl activity in these fields. It's been a while. And I'm not saying there has been none since, but, you know, a couple things are at work. The fields in general are fairly large, so it's hard, and it's hard to really get a look at everything. And when they are covered with snow like this, it's that much more difficult to see an owl, who may be mostly white or all white. Although the one you know, I saw earlier today was mostly you know, mostly barred with the coloration of youth. Never mind. Over the years, I've, you know, seen snowy owls a few times, a number of times. It's always been good to see them. But I would have to still admit the most beautiful look at a snowy owl I've ever had was here. Just the way the lighting was and everything, that was the best look I've ever had. And unfortunately that day, while looking at the owl, it took off. Driving in here just to let that car, pickup truck behind me pass me. And I might as well look while I'm here. 1 second. Not much going on these fields, I think. Hold on a second. Looks like to our right, well in the distance, there may be some Canada geese. but not, not close at all. Nobody here, so let's keep going. And I don't have high expectations to see anybody from East Road, although not down in the Knox Marcellus Marsh. But you never know. Oh, I have to disturb, unfortunately, the crows again. Not happy about that, but I think wait a minute. Wait a second. Okay. I'm not happy about disturbing the crows as we drive by them, but one thing that I do feel good about is I know that crows are intelligent, and they know. Okay, we can go back. We can go back to what we were doing in just a few moments as soon as the vehicle passes. I mean, they're smart enough to realize they don't have to be frightened away out of the area. And sure enough, they were already going back. I always feel bad whenever I see, anything that has been struck by a car. But at least there's always the consolation that chances are it won't go to waste. Something will be eating it. Now, up in the air ahead of us, looks like probably Canada geese. Let me look with. Yes, they look like Canadas. And welcome to East Road. By the way, it's still 28 degrees, according to my thermometer. I just saw a dark-eyed junco. Probably. It's getting kind of late. It's almost 2:30. I don't know if you've enjoyed the tour so far today. We have seen some things. Bald eagles, red-tailed hawks, trumpeter swans. I'm not going to bother to stop and give you a look at the marsh. It's covered with snow by the looks of things. basically the story is, especially in winter, go where the food and water are. I need to look at something. Okay, never mind. I mean, you could say that, you know, that's true year-round, sure. Obviously, food and water are always important, but, you know, in the warmer months, for instance, there's other activity that goes on not related to food and water. I mean, if you know, it's the breeding season, there are different things to do. You may be defending territory, you may be in a nest, you may be this or that, you know, so there are other things going on. But in winter, it's primarily, okay, we need food and water. Dark-eyed juncos around. Sorry, juncos. Alright, let's get through this as quickly as we can here, because we're disturbing them. Now, we've had two different sightings of great blue herons. I don't know if that means they're still around, and I don't know if it was a different one each time, you know, a different one each time, or it's possible, but maybe even likely. Yeah, actually, it's likely. Will we see more? I don't know. Do I want to see more? Not really. I mean, unless they're doing well and they're able to find food, I really don't want to see them around here this time of year. And you know, I should say, that's not to say they're not doing well. They might be doing very well, and that's why they haven't left. I don't know. Some pigeons at Make's Point. We're going to continue on out of the area, I think. The Maze Point pool appears to be, you know, completely covered with snow and ice. And from what I can see of Shockey Pool is the same. To our right, in the air, there looks like a couple Canada geese above Shockey Pool. one of the reasons why I didn't want to deal with the weather last week wasn't as much, a matter of being able to drive safely on the roads. I thought I would probably be able to do that. It was really more a matter of, the windy conditions with blowing snow and all that, and I just didn't think it would be, good for bird watching. I have to say, I'm always concerned. I don't ever want to be, out and about and showing you nothing. I mean, I know I'm not showing you anything now, but I mean, I don't want to, not out to have days where we really don't see anything and it's not worth our while. Whoa. Hold on a second. Just spotted an eagle, and it might be a good viewing opportunity. As long as it stays put. And I'm going to turn around again. Might not be great. I mean, it's not super close, but it's close enough for a decent look, I think. Here, a Carolina wren. I've got a little bit of heat shimmer at work and also a little bit of a All right, we're going to move just a bit. Just leave everything in place. It might be a little better here, but I doubt it. Yeah, not better. All right, we're going to move on. Actually, no, the eagle was right over here. Right. A little bit of snow in the air. I mean, not a lot, but enough to make visibility, bad in terms of for photography purposes and looking over long distances. It's a little bit tough. That's the way it is. We're going to start heading out of the area now, I think. And as I mentioned earlier, the northern portion, I'm not sure how far it goes south, but the northern portion of Cayuga Lake is either frozen or at least covered with snow and ice. So it may be a little ways that we have to drive before we see any areas of open water. And I don't know if we're going to see any good gatherings of birds or not. No idea. Come on. Let's go. There we go. I don't know if you heard him or not, but when we started up at the visitor center area, I was talking to a gentleman, and I had actually talked with him also at the airport, and he was saying, basically the same sort of thing that I do. He's like, I'm at the airport. I figure I might as well, visit Montezuma, and that's what we've been doing, not just today, but like we've been doing it for a few years now. And I am so glad that we do. There's good bird watching to be done here in winter, and to me, it's worth spending some time looking around here. Crows are flying up above the road. And there's some Canada geese in the field to our right. Weeks ago, before things froze over, I probably would take a left turn up here and start looking at the various areas of Cayuga Lake, but I think they're, yeah, man, it looks like things are frozen over, so we'll drive a little ways first before we bother to try to get closer to the water. I'm not saying it's frozen solid, but it's, and it might be, it might not be, but it's frozen enough, and you know, makes for poor bird watching. As I had said before, I did not see a flock of ducks, you know, on the outskirts of Ithaca at the southern end of Cayuga Lake as I drove by earlier today. And I don't know what that means. Like I said, the visibility was a little bit challenging at the time, and it's very possible that it was there and I just simply missed it. Or it wasn't there, and I don't know if that's the case. I have no idea where they might be. Maybe a little farther north. That's probably most likely, if I would have to guess. So if we were to go to the Cayuga Lake State Park, we would take a left here, but I don't think we're going to bother, just because the lake is still frozen. I guess we could still go through the park area and maybe, I've seen no reports of one, but you know, maybe hope to find a red-headed woodpecker, but we're not going to. So as I keep trying to glance towards the lake, which is to our left, and I see it still looks, you know, all white. Still all white, but I think we'll take a turn in here anyway, just to have a better look, and also just to maybe kind of confirm my suspicions. So as I had said earlier, you know, we've had some cold weather, and that's managed to freeze things up quite a bit. And yeah, as I look around now, not much going on. Are those some birds out there by any chance, or no? Come on. I can't tell. Let me just have a look with the binoculars 1 second. No. A few weeks ago we saw a lot of swans in this area, but not today. Everything's frozen over. So we'll turn around and we'll continue farther south. And as I look south along the lake, as far as I can see, the visibility is admittedly not great, but as far as I can see, it's frozen. But I know it will open up. I saw it on my way up here. So, you know. I'm not sure. Might have just seen an area of open water, but I'm not positive. Could just be an area where the ice is there and it's of a different, color. Has the music been playing the whole time? I don't want to hear that. Or this. Or that. Open water here, obviously, but not much in terms of bird activity. I do see some in the distance, but nothing close. We've been here before, not this season, but last year we were. Or last winter anyway. Visibility is still relatively poor. Hold on, I think we are. I see some decoys, and we won't be worrying about those. That was Squeeze Me by Cindy Bradley. Really like that song. Very nice. to be careful on some of these roads because some of them are private, and there's no. Sometimes it's not until it's too late. You're well along the road, and then you finally realize there's you see a sign that says that it's a private road. You couldn't have known before. Over here and take a look. I don't see. Oh, I see something out there. Are they swans? They might be. Oh, we can't listen to this. And right now, alright, let's stop the music for a bit, and let's see if we can take a look at whatever is out there. I'm not sure if they're swans or if they might be snow geese, but I think they're swans. One second here. Haven't used this thing in a while. I think they're Tundra swans. Now, we saw Trumpeter swans earlier, and I think these are Tundra swans that I'm hearing now. One second. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they are. One second, I'm just getting the rig in place. Come on, come on. Yeah, they're Tundra swans. And that looks like a merganser. But what kind of merganser are they? Oh, that's not a merganser there, but that looks like, yeah. Hold on. I think we've got, come on, wire. Come on, give me a break. Give me a break before I cut you. So we have Tundra swans out here, and you can hear them. That's how I know that they're Tundra swans. And then I think these are golden eyes. And possibly red-breasted mergansers. So these are common golden eyes, I think. Visibility is difficult, sorry, it's long distances and things like that. And yes, that's a red-breasted merganser. There's another merganser there. Type of duck. I think I just heard a mallard, though. Back to the golden eyes. Hold on, I have to make adjustments here. Okay. Okay, I can't stay with them, just give them where they are. What happened? Just now, looks like the golden eyes that were... Oh, we have some Canada geese also here. But the golden eyes I don't see any longer, so I wonder if the ones that we saw flying just moments ago were the same ones, probably. Okay, we're going to move on. Not sure if I showed them to you, but there are some over here, and then more, the main body of them is over here. Alright, now we're moving. Right with you. Just get this out of my way. Kind of leave it in place. Always love hearing this one. Yes, I see some mallards closer to the shoreline. I can't see here. Oh, see an eagle. Just a quick look, it's up here. Alright, we gotta go. black duck. So in various areas here as we're driving by, I see mallards on the, in the shallower areas of the lake, closer to the shoreline. I think I may have just seen possibly flying in the opposite direction. I would not be surprised if those were big golden eyes again. Drive a little ways together, see what happens. Canada geese in the air and flying to our right. I see some swans in the air to our left. I think they're swans. Yeah, they must be. Let me just take a look. Don't know what kind, but they're swans. Probably tundras. But nobody really out on the water. Let's, hold on, I'll let this car pass us. Canada geese flying over the road. And I just need to look at some birds out on the water now. Looks like more swans. Kind of surprising their location. And Canada geese. Alright, we'll continue. Delivery truck. FedEx looks like it's just kind of holding things up here. Nothing can match the traffic I saw earlier last year on April 8th. April 8th, 2024. The most traffic I've ever seen on this road. Wall to wall. If anyone's looking it up, that's the Eclipse day. And after the eclipse, which all we had up here were clouds, after that, everyone was leaving, and it was bumper to bumper practically with cars heading in this direction. And you know what? I have to say, I was disappointed that day, and I think I've mentioned this before. I was disappointed that we did have the clouds we had, and as a result, I did not get to see the eclipse like I had wanted to and prepared for and had really prepped for. But somehow, even driving home that day was part of the experience. It took a long time, between here and Ithaca on this road to get back. And, you might think, oh, that's terrible. That's adding insult to injury. You didn't get to see the eclipse, except for a couple half glimpses, you could say. And then you had to drive, back in heavy traffic. But driving here, normally what you drive anywhere from 55 to a little bit faster, and I don't stop. But because there was so much traffic, there were constant stops. Constant. I mean, drive a few car lengths and then stop, or nearly stop. And that was, for much of the way. And quite honestly, it just, it just gave me a chance to look around as I stopped. Look around, these areas that I drive through and whiz by all the time. It was just kind of nice to see, to be honest with you. And, I wanted to get back, of course, but I wasn't in, a terrible hurry. Oh, I've got to get back to see such and such before it gets dark or anything like that. So, for me, that was part of the experience. And, the only thing missing in my eclipse experience was the eclipse. Anyway. a few minutes ago I didn't say anything, but we were passing through an area where there was a lot of Canada goose activity in the fields on either side of the road. I only saw it on one side, but I saw them flying to the other side, and so I suspect that they're making good use of the fields there. Still no sign of any snow geese. pass underneath the red-tailed hawk. Title track from Pacific Coast Highway by Niels. No. Conditions are, I mean, it's not, there's no snow accumulating or anything, but there's snow in the air, at least here. And we will, by the way, fairly soon we'll be going through some trouble spots, and I see we're already having not the very best signal right now. So again, we're about to head into a tricky signal area. I hope I don't lose you. Let's try something different.
Yes?
Play the song 11.
Okay, 11.
So we're getting a little closer to Ithaca now. We're not there yet, but now I kind of want to start keeping my eyes open for, the large flock of ducks. I don't know if it's around, but my point is, this now starts to be worth keeping an eye out for them. The truck has the right idea because these two are slowpokes, especially this one here. One of the problems with the flock of ducks, if it is even there, and I don't necessarily expect it this far north, but anyway, one of the problems that, or the major problem I have actually is just plain and simple seeing it. There aren't a lot of good places. I guess there are places to pull over, but not a lot of good places from which to actually see the flock if it's there. We have on a couple of occasions stopped and looked, but is there any one good location? Maybe, maybe not. It depends on the nature of the flock, how large it is, how spread out it is, and if you can see it all at once, sure, great. But most of the time, you've got trees in the way or buildings in the way. No, we don't need that. So visibility is not great in terms of just the air. Oh, I see some out there. Oops. Going past me. Boy, I'll tell you, that Tahoe does not know how to drive. Sorry, he's driving a Suburban, not a Tahoe. I did see some, not a huge number, but a decently sized flock. Can we see it is the question. It's not very big at all, actually. Quick look with this camera. looks like canvasbacks and redheads. All right, we're going to move on. Sometimes we'll see an absolutely enormous flock of ducks down there. But we're going to move on. Now, what had been reported, although I'm not sure about today, but what's been reported over the last, let's say, couple weeks maybe, I'd often see reports of a tufted duck, a duck that looks a lot like a scaup, but is, has a few differences, including a tuft of feathers, at least for the male, out of the back of its head. And even with good views, people would note that it's, difficult to spot it. Just given its similarity and also just, viewing distances, etc. Now I would, a few weeks ago, we as we drove in here, pulled over at one point to see, common mergansers in the inlet, and I don't expect to see that today because earlier today, anyway, when I drove by it, everything was frozen. The inlet was. And I'm guessing it's frozen now, and it is. So to our left is the inlet, and everything is frozen over. I think that's what they call it, the inlet. So no good bird watching there. A lot of pigeons on the wires up ahead. Oh, and pigeons on the wires, and it looks like we're about to pass a lamppost with a red-tailed hawk on it. Stay away from the roads, you. No, we don't need one. I think we'll go to the campus and take a look around. That music is frozen up. Does that sometimes. Come on. Looked at the forecast, it indicated that, well, I don't know if it indicated clear skies, but it indicated that, there would be snow, but mostly before 8 a.m., I think, or something like that. And I have to admit, it's not like we've seen a lot of snow. We've just had snow in the air, but nothing accumulating. What? What? Winter break is still on, by the way, on the Cornell campus, so we shouldn't see too much in terms of, vehicular or pedestrian traffic. At least I don't expect to see it. But that break will be over before you know it. I don't know when exactly they come back, but it's usually towards the end of the month of January. And it's already the 11th. Here, we'll drive in, take a look around here. I don't see anybody. 28 degrees here. Snowy, cloudy. Getting a bit dark. I have a feeling we probably won't end up going to Sapsucker Woods today, unfortunately. Just because it's getting late. Wouldn't mind going, don't get me wrong. We might, I don't know. Drive around the campus like this, and like I said, it's kind of snowing, although nothing's accumulating, and it's 28, so I mean not super cold, but cold, and it'll be, I'm sure quite a bit colder overnight. Just serves as a reminder, this is winter, and all the birds have to work to survive, and winter often means there's less food available. They've got to find it. It also means colder temperatures that they have to burn calories for just to keep alive. And to me, it just says, look, don't take anything for granted. It's serious business, and is what I'm trying to say. Starlings. No, we don't want to hear that. Wait a second, what was that? No, we don't want to hear that either. Come on, move, let's go. No hurry whatsoever. A lot of Cindy Bradley today. Pardon me? There's a red-tailed hawk up there. Oh, go ahead. Thank you. Hold on a second, I gotta fix something. That's better. I didn't see her at first, but there she is. Hi, Big Red. And Arthur's still up there too. He's more obvious just because of where he's located and what's behind him, which is nothing is behind him, so he's easier to see. But I didn't see her at first. I started looking around, and sure enough, there she is. So good to see them both. The viewing isn't great because of the snow and everything, but I'm glad to see them. Very much. Very, very much. Anyway, I think we'll move on, and, you know, maybe we will try to go to Sapsucker Woods, just see what's what there. What do you think? I think that, I don't know, I can't really tell with certainty. Is she under cover? Is she benefiting from that cover? Maybe, maybe not. Beautiful bird she is. Gotta love them both. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Alright, we're gonna move on. Hold on a second. I'm not sure what I've got to change batteries in the other camera. I'm not sure what setup we'll use, assuming we walk around at Sapsucker. We may not walk around much, if at all, and I may just stick with the camera you're looking through at this very moment. By the way, that was Footprints by, was it Footprints? Yes, Footprints by Cindy Bradley. And this is Casablanca by Niels. Alright, let's go. Bye, babies. Love you. Absolutely love you. So good to see Big Red and Arthur. If you didn't know, they're red-tailed hawks. So we won't have much time there at Sapsucker. I think I see some pigeons. Come on. Let's go. While we're young. From here, I cannot see any of BB Lake. It's covered with white. I don't know if it freezes solid. I doubt it, but in fact, I'm almost certain it does not. But anyway, it's covered with white. Accumulating just a little bit. It's 27 degrees. Back up to 28. And I see a lot of people have lights on, so it's obviously getting dark. My lights are on too. Oh yeah, snow's accumulating here, that's for sure. Gotta be careful. I'll need a little bit of time to reconfigure some things. I think we're going to probably... Oh, I don't know. We may stick with this camera that you're looking through. Almost starting to wonder if we should have just stayed on campus. Granted, Big Red and Arthur weren't really moving around, but... No, we don't want to do this. .26 degrees. Welcome to Sapsucker Woods. I think we're going to stick with this camera and we will go without a tripod. Okay, I need a few minutes. for a few things. Sorry, everybody, but this has to be done. I'm going to have a problem here. Hold on a second. This is not looking good. Look at all the snow coming in. We may not walk much at all. Maybe just towards the water, which is covered, I'm sure, with ice and snow. How did that get on here? How did that get like that? Enough wires to drive me to No, we don't want to hear that. And why not? Wires to try to drink, but We're getting there, we're getting there. I'm sorry. Just some technical issues. I promise. We'll be on their way before July. Like I said, we're going to stick with this camera and just going to walk freehand, basically, no tripod. That's good and bad, but just makes things easier in many ways. Although, if we need to see something with a really steady setup, we won't be able to do it. Just need to get a coat. I'll be right with you. I think I hear a northern cardinal. This won't be our, probably won't be our best walk ever here, but we'll do the best we can. Definitely hearing the cardinal. Wait a minute, is that something? No. Someday, I might show you how the sausage is made here, in terms of the gear and everything. I'll probably do that on the very last tour. I'll say, okay, I'm hanging it up, I'm retiring. And when that happens, show you what a pain in the neck all the stuff is. Welcome to Sapsucker Woods. I'm hearing, like I said, might be hearing, is that a... Oh, you know, I might be hearing black-capped chickadees. I think so. And up. Birds just flew over. This setup has the advantage of being light. Can't do everything. Can't do everything I want to sometimes, but at least it's easy to carry. And there are times when it's actually a better setup, not just because it's easier to carry, but sometimes it actually can do things that the other setup cannot do and end up being better off. It depends on what I'm hoping to see. Interesting that there's the lab is closed, of course, for the day. Nobody around. And obviously the pond is completely covered. And as I've mentioned before, in prior years they used to have these bubblers that would keep at least a small portion free of ice, but they haven't done that in a few years now. And I did ask about it, and I was told, oh, it's because of, I don't know. I was told it was because something was cutting up the wires or whatever to the bubblers. And, okay, fine. Assuming that's true, well, you find a way around it. I have to imagine they could have done something if they had wanted to. Now, who knows? It could be considerable expense. And one could easily look at that, and I've mentioned this before, one could look at it and say, well, what do we get out of it from a revenue standpoint? And maybe they get nothing out of it. But my opinion is that, hold on a second. My own opinion is that there's an advantage to having that open area, because it brings ducks and or geese, and those ducks and geese, you know, even if you're an adult and you see ducks and geese all the time, you think, okay, no big deal. But if you're a child who's visiting with his or her parents, and you see those ducks and geese, you might enjoy seeing them from inside the lab. And all of a sudden, to a young person, the lab is a great place to visit. And then maybe you've got a you know, an eventual serious bird watcher. So, that's my opinion. That's my opinion. So, you know, maybe no immediate revenue or anything like that. But my point is, sometimes you have to look at the long-term consequences of something. Two of them, whatever they are. And I don't see them now. Problem is I have gloves on. It makes things difficult. That's why one thing I like about the other camera system is, even though it's all manual, that manual responds more quickly and readily than this does. Oh, I see you. Just shows, you know, I mean, they have to look for everywhere and everything. It shows how hard birds have to work for food, especially in the winter time. Hold on a second. Hold on, I've got to make adjustments here. One second, sorry everybody. That's better. Now, I don't know if you noticed, but I tried to show you that the face of the clock at the clock tower was green. And quite honestly, I'm surprised it was green. Sometimes they do, they've done green in the past for St. Patrick's Day, which is in March. And you might say, well, they're just doing that ahead of time. Okay, fine. But we have, between now and then, we have Valentine's Day. And they usually do something for Valentine's Day as well. Unless they're doing green for some other reason. Anyway, what made me say that is I drove by a house with Valentine's decorations up, and we obviously just got through Christmas, and I have to say, kind of glad to see it. Only because, okay, we're looking ahead already to February. And, again, I do appreciate the kind of bird watching winter can bring. Quiet here in the woods, unsurprisingly. One thing about, being here in winter is sometimes you have to watch to make sure you don't fall off the trail, especially if you're looking up and around for birds. And some people behind us, believe it or not. But it's easy to accidentally walk off the trail. Some of you, if you happen to be new, you might not have ever seen these trails in winter, or with snow, I should say, really. The conditions aren't such today, but we've been here when, it seemed like every single branch and twig was covered with snow, after a fresh snowfall. And it can be just extremely beautiful. A real treat to see. I have a feeling we're not going to be seeing much today here. the pond being frozen. We didn't see anything at the feeding garden. That was at least a little surprising. Still snowing a bit. It's not really bad, but those people behind us still, or no? No, they took a detour. We may catch up with them if I suspect where they're going is correct. You know, those birds back there, whatever they were, I'm not sure if they look like sparrows. I'm not sure what kind. But they're really the only small birds we've actually looked at today at all. I have seen some as we've driven around, but we didn't have really any opportunities to look at any. Everything else has been, waterfowl like ducks or Canada geese or the trumpeter swans or tundra swans. And of course we've seen raptors. Really, the only raptors we've looked at together were bald eagles and red-tailed hawks. Oh, I'm sorry, and I did show you the footage of the snowy owl. Actually, on our way back, I considered stopping there again. Just in case we could get through the terminal and get a better look, but I decided against it. Actually, kind of glad we did not do that, because even if we could go through and see, it would have just maybe meant less time here in Ithaca. And it was definitely good to, we didn't watch them long, but it was good to see Big Red and Arthur. That's a little better. And I can't do much more. That's as light as it gets, I think. Please stay off the pond. I agree. Looks like someone's been on the pond. Luckily I didn't catch it. you know, even if we don't see much bird-wise, it's still kind of nice to take a walk here. If only to know, you know, what we did or did not miss. Oh, you know, I kind of would have liked to have checked out Bradfield Hall just to see if there's a peregrine there, but too late now. Needless to say, not much to see. All right, we'll continue. I don't know if you've enjoyed today's tour. I have. It's had a few surprises, actually. Especially the trumpeter swans. I just assumed nothing would be there. I hear somebody. Anyway, instead of nobody being there, there were a good number of trumpeter swans. And they were vocalizing too, and it was just nice to hear them. I think we're hearing northern cardinals now. I haven't seen it yet, but one or two of them. Yep. Oh, and maybe a song sparrow chip note. Yes, that's what it sounds like. I saw the cardinal, or one of them. Okay, well, we may be disturbing the cardinal, so we'll move on. I'm hearing something else. I'm not sure what I'm hearing. Hold on. Sure. By the time I get Merlin out, everyone stops vocalizing. Thanks. snow's not very deep, by the way. It's relatively easy to walk on and through. It's powdery. It's not really packed down very well, but like I said, it's not very deep. So we've seen no ducks, no geese here. No large birds, actually. Very quiet Sapsucker Woods. I'll say this about the snow. I'm sure it's quieting down the bird activity, but it's late in the day anyway. But it does make for, because it's, you know, white ground, if we had the same conditions but no snow on the ground, it would seem a lot darker. Still be able to see, I think, but this obviously it's very easy to see where I'm going. The only other raptor we kind of saw together, I know I saw it, but I'm not sure if you ever got a look, was that Cooper's hawk when we were on that road 90. I'm not sure if I ever really got it on camera. I don't believe so. Maybe another cardinal, or I will say this, it's also been just good to be here today. Here, and I mean having a tour after having missed the last couple weeks. I have to admit, I mean, there's some times when it's like, oh, you know, I don't feel like going through the preparation and everything for the tour. But usually by the end of the day, I'm like, boy, I'm glad I went. You know? thought I might have heard something, but maybe not. Probably not. There's so much noise coming from, I guess, the airport. I don't know if it's a plane that's warming up or if it's something else. For all I know, they're plowing over there. You know, they're plowing the runways. Whatever they're doing, it's been making a constant noise the entire time we've been here. I would imagine that earlier in the day there was a lot more activity. You know, probably especially around the feeders. And we're going to go check the feeders one more time, just to see if there's anything going on. And then I think probably pack up and head home. You ready for it? Are you ready? 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 Okay, here it comes. You know, the days are getting longer. A little bit. Maybe not very noticeably, but it's happening. And if you think about it, I mean, today's the 10th. And I'm not sure what is technically the shortest day of the year. If it's the 21st or somewhere even, you know, before that, actually. But the point is, it's been, you know, weeks now. And actually, that was our last tour, the 21st of December. So, you know, we've had some time for the days to get a little longer. I'm not sure what the time is now. 5:15, and you know, it's still, granted it's not light, very light down here, but it's still light out enough to walk around. And I have to say, I usually enjoy it very much when the time comes in January or whenever, and you know, I'm up and about at work, and all of a sudden I happen to look out a window and I realize, oh, it's still a little light. So we saw 0 birds in the feeding garden today ourselves. And really didn't see much here today in terms of the birds, but you know, I think it's been a pleasant walk. Just seeing what it's like here in wintertime. I think it's would be best to close up for the day. What do you think? Probably. We're not seeing too many birds. I think it's a good idea. Well, I think we will close up for the day. Hope you enjoyed it, as much as I did. Like I said, we had a few surprises here and there, and that was, they're always pleasant. And didn't get to do maybe everything we would have wanted to, partly because of weather, partly because of the way the airport closed. But, that may have worked in our favor, actually, in terms of how much time we spent there. So that's not such a bad thing. But I think it's time for me to pack up, head home. I want to wish you all very well. I hope you can stay warm and deal with whatever weather you've got in your area, in your neck of the woods. Hopefully your weather isn't so bad, or at least is tolerable, whatever it may be. And I am going to head home. Take care, everybody. Have a great night. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.